Yo, where's the lags out of the start? Time is 9:01 a.m. I just woke up like an hour ago. My phone wasn't charging for some reason. It's weird. Sugar, you're sweet. You can't really say he directly killed those people just because they cut A, though, can you? Come on. It's like a lot of Stalin and Mao's deaths were not actually intentional deaths, as opposed to Hitler, who like intentionally like massacred like at least 6 million people and started wars which they knew people would die in. It's not exactly the same. Rockstar. Why is Rockstar the word censored? I want to try to figure out how to get my chat on the screen. Oh no, I've already got this. What do you mean? Like, of course I've got it as a doc. That's already there. You have to do stream elements. Okay, I think I already figured that out, but I already did that, but it didn't work or something. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today yet. I don't think that's true. I don't think that they haven't done that, bro. Should I get Denny's or... Denny's isn't even that good, bro. The eggs were disgusting last time. Any... Yeah. I didn't even get to finish my sentence. Anybody on? No. Why can't you put me in foreigner servers? Why would you put me in a server with no people in it? The whole point of playing multiplayer is that you get to play with other people. I don't want to play in it. Oh, but you want to be in a server in your region with no people in it, right? No, I don't. Put me in a server from a different region that has people. Like it does sometimes. Why is there not a server browser? It's fucking stupid. Game in 2026, multiplayer, no server browser is fucking crazy, bro. And I guarantee it would be so easy for them to implement it. Fucking Garry's Mod has a server browser, and that game's from 2008 or something. 20 years, bro. Jesus Christ. I like the tattoos. They're quite cool looking. Oh, gangs. Gangs seem so romantic, and then you actually get involved, and it's like terrible shit. Like violence and rape and stuff. Otherwise, that seems so cool. Ah, here we go. Thank you, Rockstar. The GTA deities are shining upon me today. Well, at this moment they are. Boop. Ich habe einen Geliebten. Holy shit. Yo. You got wrecked. Yo. Okay, I'll blow it up then. Jesus. Gute Nacht. That's good night. I know that one. It's weird that German and English are quite similar to each other. Why is that? It's because of Anglo invasions or something. Oh shit. That wasn't very nice. I didn't even harm him. I just blew his car up after he got out of it. And he blew up my vehicle, bro. The fuck? Not necessary. Oh, fuck off, Mott. Talking to this Korean girl on, TikTok Lives. They barely respond to your comments though, bro, for real. The thing is, if I do Twitch live streaming again, so I want to have like the chat be on the recording because I want the chat to be on the recording so there's like a record of it, because otherwise people will say all this wild shit and there'll be like no record of it because you can't really record the chat. So I want to be able to put it on the screen, because obviously I can see it on my little OBS thing, but other people can't see it, so... Ich bin ein Berliner. Hahaha, get it guys? Everybody laugh. Everybody laugh. What the fuck is that? Is he on a motorbike? Tiny car or something. It's a motorbike. What the fuck? Holy shit, how did that happen? He's getting away. Bro, he's blowing me up. What the fuck? That's fucking bullshit. Some degenerate NPC crashed into me and fucked up my car. Jesus Christ. How does that even happen? NPCs are like programmed to ram into you. It's fucking crazy, bro. Fucking hell. Honestly, bro. Some California bay. All that shit. Fuck off, Dax. Dax needs to be fucking jailed. Put this guy in jail. Destroy his phone or something. He's always calling me. It's a fucking ad. Did that guy quit? What was his name? I can't remember. Vauvantville. What does that mean, bro? Isn't it absurd that all these European countries speak different languages? They could just all learn English. Like, you know, the rest of the world kind of does. And they don't. They have to fucking teach their own stupid, petty national language. That's fucking stupid, bro. Everyone should just speak the same language. It'd be so much better. Seriously. They should at least be able to. That's the thing as well. Like, maybe, and you speak like a, maybe like a dialectical, however you say it. You speak like a dialect version of it. Right? Um, but, yeah, otherwise I think it's quite stupid that they all speak a different language. It's fucking absurd. Like, every country in Europe has its own language. Aside from, like, ones that used to be, like, colonies of other ones who used to be part of the same place. And even those ones they speak different languages again. Should just all speak English. The whole world should just speak English, seriously. Or, like, if it were another language that had the same reach, and my country didn't speak it, I would say that we should learn that. But obviously, English is the one, isn't it? English is the international language. People should just speak English everywhere. That'd be great. Seriously. Just educate everyone to speak English, for real. Chicken. What should I have for breakfast? Oh yeah, Paul's Fried Chicken was open yesterday, but I didn't get it. What did I get? I don't think I got anything. I think I just ate the soup thing my father made. I can't remember. I thought I had something, like, left over. Um. Oh, I just ate that and fruit from yesterday. Then I went to sleep. I went to sleep at like 7 p.m. till like 7 a.m. From like 7:40, or was it from 10? 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I think it was from like 7 or 8 till like 7 a.m. But it only counted like 10 hours instead of 12. Why does everyone have to speak different languages, bro? You got Russian, you got German. There'll be like French. It's absurd. And this is the thing. They don't even learn like English well in those countries. It's not like they have their national language and they also speak English. A lot of them don't even speak English well. It's like, what's the point? You're not even trying to connect with the international community. You're just insular. They're like islands. It's fucking stupid, bro. Except they're not islands. They're actually a continent. And the UK is right there. They're like heavily influenced by American media. So come on. But they can't learn English. Why? Because they don't hire like English teachers and stuff. Or the teachers are really bad or something. I feel like I could do a better job of teaching it, right? Possibly. People just need like comprehensible input and stuff. Okay? I could possibly be an English teacher. I think that'd be a cool job because you get to interact with lots of foreigners. And you can do it overseas and stuff, but I feel like I also couldn't manage it because of every CFS gets in the way of everything. Fucking chains. How free is someone who walks in chains? That's what I said yesterday. That's what I wrote in my notes. How free is someone who walks in chains? Not very. Not very. This guy looks like he's saying Feliz Navidad or some shit. What the fuck is that? Is that fucking Polish? Jesus Christ. Why do they all have their own stupid little languages when they like barely live far away from each other? The entirety of the United States, minus some immigrants, speaks English. That whole massive area, right? Yet, you have Europe, and it's like, you take 2 steps in one direction, they're speaking an entirely different fucking language that isn't even related to the last one. They're not even in the same language family. It's fucking absurd. You go French, German, Polish, they're not even related to each other. You got fucking Romance language French. German is Germanic. And Polish is like, or like Czech or whatever. They're all like Slavic languages. They're not even related to each other. How is that possible? That's insane. And they still speak them and they have pride in all this shit. This is why Europe doesn't get anywhere, bro. It's just too divided. They need to federate the country and just like rigorously teach everyone English. Seriously. Rigorously teach everyone English. Stop with the fucking petty national languages. Or it doesn't have to be English. They could just pick one language, and but they don't. They don't, do they? And if it has to be one language, we all know it is English. It will be English if they have to pick one language. Oh, I think what I actually got in the afternoon was Denny's, right? But, I don't know, it wasn't that nice. That's what I got yesterday. People talking the fucking stupid native languages, bro. Like, come on. Come on, bro. They could do it like Singapore, where you have, like, a standard formal variation that everyone knows. That's the normal version, or the formal version. And then you have, like, the informal that a lot of people speak, which is like a combination of things, and it's like a dialect, right? Which is called Singlish. You could totally do that, right? Which countries just don't, because they don't have cool, intelligent leaders like Lee Kuan Yew that says everyone has to learn English, and then they just teach everyone English. They don't do that. They do a really bad job of English language education. This shit is like important to me, right? Get it? Russia nicht good. Russia not good. Look, I don't mind. I don't. Literally, I don't mind learning a few key phrases in another language, but I feel like having to do that like 100 times for me, who speaks English, is just absurd. When they could just learn English, and we could all just learn English, and then I could still learn a few key phrases with them. They could teach me them and stuff, but it's like people will think, oh, you're only saying this because you already speak English and you don't want to learn another language. Yeah, well, that's not really true, though, is it? Yes, it's true. I don't really want to learn another language because it's very difficult for me at this point with chronic fatigue syndrome, mental fatigue, focus issues, and all of this. But at the same time, it's like, what's the point of doing that when largely you'll only be able to use it in one country with one group of people? That is like every language. English is like the only language where you can actually reliably use it in many, many countries where people know a small amount of it at least, right? There is no other language like that. It used to be French, and guess what? Intellectuals used to learn French for that purpose. It used to be German as well. German used to be like a language of science. Latin used to be a language of science. If that were the case, I would have a reason to learn them. But the reality is that's not the case, because in reality, English is that language today. English is the language, right? So why did these other countries do such a bad job of learning it and teaching it and etc.? It's fucking stupid. I don't understand. Like, they will learn English from, like, primary school, the first years of schooling, all the way through to, like, high school, end of high school, and they can barely string sentences together, bro. It's absurd. Some of these people. And the written is, like, even worse than the spoken. I'm talking to this French guy. Don't French people learn English all the way through school? Isn't that something that they do? And his English is, like, awful. His English is, like, so bad. It's crazy. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, why is it like this? They're so stuck up in their, like, petty nationalism that they don't focus on, like, you know, the real international question, which is, shouldn't we have at least one language that we can all speak reasonably well to communicate with each other in? And yeah, I know it looks shitty from my perspective, me telling other people to do this, but bro, if it were Chinese, I would learn that shit. I would put a lot of effort, I would try to put effort in to learn that shit, okay? I would. But it's not Chinese, is it? No, it's English. We all know it's English. English has by far the vastest majority, the vastest amount, the absolute largest by far amount of resources available for learning the language online. There's probably English learning resources in every language. There is English comprehensible input. There is so much of that, as far I think so. I think that there is a large amount of English language comprehensible input, which is really hard to find in other languages, honestly. Okay? There are English teachers in every country. Maybe they're expensive, I don't know. But this is like... And yes, and yes, we have the situation that we have now, which is the vast majority of people can't speak English that well. Formally or informally. It doesn't even have to be formal. Like, even informally, they don't speak it well. Everyone you're, like, really forgiving of the rules and all this shit, they, like, don't understand what you're talking about to them. I'm talking to someone from Nigeria, bro. English is a language, is like an official language in Nigeria. And they don't speak it very well. They speak it like in a really weird way that doesn't make sense. With a lot of errors, right? And yeah, I know, in Nigeria, yes, they usually speak like a dialect, but at the same time, it's like, are you not able to speak other than that, right? Are you not able to, like, not speak a dialect? That's kind of my question, is like, are they not able to not speak in dialect? Which is like, well, you don't really speak English then, do you? You just speak dialect. If you can't speak standard English, how can you say, oh yeah, I speak English? Well, you don't speak English, you speak dialect. It's like if someone knew Singlish and not formal English, you couldn't really say that they knew English then, could you? You'd say, well, they know Singlish. Which I think is still a lot closer to English than whatever they speak in Nigeria. This Pidgin language is what they call it. I don't even think I'd be a good English teacher. I think it's just like, you know, people need to learn. People need to learn how to speak the language, please. I don't understand why we're in the 21st century and there are still, like, all these petty languages around. Why? Right? Some of these countries were, like, colonized and they spoke a larger language for a time and then they went backward and they speak the smaller language which only applies to their country now. What a joke. That's fucking stupid. Seriously. It'd be like if we in New Zealand spoke like fucking Irish or some shit. What a useless language, right? It's like how they're trying to bring back Maori. It's useless. Yeah, look, it has cultural value, but that's it. It has no other worth. You want New Zealanders to learn Maori and they don't even speak English very well. Seriously. That's the state of the country, bro. They want New Zealanders to be learning Maori and they barely can speak English properly. It's absurd. It's a fucking joke, seriously. Yeah, corrected. There we go. It'll be like a follower, which is just a hater. That's what the notifications are. Like a post. That's just a stupid post. People in New Zealand want New Zealanders to be learning Māori in schools when they can barely speak and write and read English properly. I could have just put speak to be more concise, but whatever. Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. I wish I'd grown up in Singapore, bro. That'd be so cool. So cool. What a cool place. Except for their anti-drug stance. I think that's too strict, but otherwise, I mean, you know, to my experience is that people from there are like, seem to be quite smart. Maybe that was just the individual I met, but imagine growing up learning English and Chinese, bro. Like, that shit's goated. That's like the best combination. English and Chinese. How lucky. I wish I'd learned English and Chinese. My English isn't even that good, by the way. Like, I'm a product of the New Zealand school system to a degree. Like, part of it is me, which puts me above the average, but, like, at the same time, my English is still pretty bad because, like, schools just don't teach you shit, and then it degrades after you leave school. Because, like, you're not learning anything, I guess. I got no one to teach me, like, what's the right way to say things, so I just guess. And nobody corrects me, because they probably don't know either. It's fucking stupid. Moscow, Moscow. Europe is fucking weird, bro. Seriously. They're like, they used to be top of the world, now they're not. Now it's kind of their colonies that are top of the world, right? In the United States. Um, oh, and then like East Asia, of course. Even East Asia is like above Europe at this point. Well, the Europeans are so concerned with preserving what they have that they don't really seem to focus much on like taking risks to like improve it, and so they kind of just decline and stagnate over time. And this is like Europe as a whole, minus the UK and Ireland, right? The countries that are actually doing well these days are like the United States, kind of New Zealand. I mean, New Zealand and Australia are kind of like lagging, but it's basically the United States is doing better than Europe is, right? Largely. Europe is weird. I get the impression that Europe is just so like decadent and like they have all these traditions piled on that it's just like fucking stagnant and shit. It's absurd. I prefer the colonies. I think I do. I'm not a traditionalist. I don't really like when you just stack up all these stupid ass traditions. I think it's rot. This is Vladimir Nabokov talked about this. However you say his name. Um, they pile up traditions and then it begins to rot. Basically, he wrote this when he was talking about Philistines, right? Europe is really not, I mean, it's not that intellectual these days, is it? Most of the world's intellectualism's coming out of the United States still, even though the United States is quite an anti-intellectual country. They still do, like, science and stuff. Hmm. And maybe it's in decline. Maybe it'll be China doing that in the future. I'm not sure. I don't know how much China will do. Cons- Considering how strict they are on, like, humanities stuff, you know? I don't think they'd take much critique though. I don't even know what that is. I think China's the new one. I mean, but they're kind of like not growing as much as they used to be as well. And we can see when countries stop growing, like the United States, like they start to get a bit radical and stuff, right? Like that, Trump is like right wing radicalism, right? Iran war's been such a joke, bro. Like he did this stupid ass war just to like the solution was like just putting things back to the way they were before. It didn't actually change anything. All that changed was the leadership of the country changed, but I think that was only superficial leadership. Like the the military is still the same, and that's who runs the country really. I mean, Iran is like a military state. Just doesn't look like it to people. But I mean, the reality, the military runs their country, and the military is like divorced leadership. It's like, what do you call it? It's like decentralized. So when the head of the country gets killed, it doesn't destroy the country because it's decentralized leadership. Moscow, Moscow. In the past, Europe dominated the world. In the more present, it's been the USA, the Western former colonies. Former colonies like NZ in Australia. And parts of East Asia, e.g. Japan and South Korea. What's the future? China? Maybe in the distant future there'll be India, but I mean, India's really not there yet. They're very behind. People talk about, oh, India, India. No, bro, people only say that shit because they don't like China, right? They say, oh, India's coming up because they don't like China. Nobody in the West likes China. The West hates China because China is successful despite being largely anti-Western in the way it operates. It is like fundamentally opposed to a lot of Western things. Not fundamentally, but like in practice, it opposes these things and is successful anyway. And this is like a major threat to all these pro-Western people, which is that China's successful regardless of the fact that they don't operate in the Western, liberal democracy system. It's not liberal and it's not a democracy. It's an authoritarian dictatorship, and yet it's doing very well. And the people are actually quite materially free. A lot of them are quite materially free and materially successful, which some people might start to think, oh, is that kind of all that actually matters at the end of the day? Like, does it really matter what rights you have and all this shit if your actually material situation is really good? What does it matter if you can't talk shit about the government or anything? If you don't actually need to, what does it matter if you can't? That's just the stuff that I think about. It's like, oh, if you're in China, you can't talk shit about the government. Why would you need to when all of your needs are taken care of? Why would you be talking shit about the government anyway? Right? You got cheap accommodation, cheap housing, cheap food, plenty of jobs. I mean, what's there to complain about, largely? What's there to complain about? And people will say, oh, well, you don't know because they're not allowed to complain. That's true. That's a fair point. But at the same time, I mean, I think if there were really massive issues happening within the country, like, they would do another big protest again like Tiananmen Square, which hasn't happened, right? The last time I think I heard about big protests in China was during COVID-19 restrictions, when they were being really harsh to people with that, against people with that, right? There hasn't been anything since then, right? Like, if it was really a big thing, I'm pretty sure you would still hear about it, right? A big thing in a big area, I'm sure you would still hear about it, but of course, you don't hear about it because it's probably not actually happening. Like, it's not as if Westerners and reporters don't live in China. They just are restricted, you know? The Westerners are always talking about rights, right? The most important thing to Westerners. Rights and freedoms really matter if the material situation remains bad regardless. E.g., India, Philippines, much of Africa, etc. A lot of those countries are free, they have rights, but they're very, very poor. And you start to question, hey, well, maybe they'd be better off if they had reasonable leadership that took some of those things away, and the countries were actually able to become more stable, and then they would develop like economically and materially. That's you kind of like, oh well, yeah, maybe that would work, because that's what China did, which is now a very successful country, isn't it? Like, what are we talking about, bro? Seriously. People want to ignore the reality of the Chinese economic development. They liberalized the economy whilst keeping the social, political, cultural sphere restricted. This has led to great results for them. Why don't other poor countries do that? Singapore did this, right? Liberalize the economy whilst keeping some of it still state-owned. Some important areas of it still state-owned, whilst keeping the social, the political, cultural, social sphere restricted and controlled. This has led to broad economic development, stability, and economic development. Right? Why don't these other countries do that? Because the United States doesn't want them to. The United States likes freedom in poor countries because it makes them easier to manipulate and easier to take advantage of. That's the whole point. The more free you make them, the easier it is for bad things to swoop in, and take over the place, right? They make the government weak, they make the people weak, and then they take the resources. That's what they do, right? Make the government work, make the people work, and then take the resources. You can make the people too strong, alternatively, and then it's like anarchy. Too strong in some, like, you give them too many rights, but not enough reason. And then it's like anarchy, you know? Everyone wants, everyone just takes what they want. That's like, South Africa, bro. So much violence, because people are just fighting each other all the time over stuff. It was literally like a safer country by far under apartheid. Why? Because the government was strict. I'm not saying like the segregation of black people was like not a bad thing. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not really a great thing to do by like moral standards, but at the same time, it was a safe and like economically developing country. Now it's a poor shithole because the ANC, after Nelson Mandela, has ruined it. They've turned it into a shithole. Ruined that country for what? It used to be a relatively reasonable place, minus the racism, right? Seems like it. Now they've ruined it by having weak and corrupt leadership. It's fucking stupid. This is like an example of like the decay of slave morality. When you got this like slavish leadership, people from like, you know, shitty backgrounds and stuff. Of course they run the country terribly, right? Of course they're corrupt. Of course they are. They've grown up in poverty. What else would you expect them to be? The fuck? Of course they're like that. Of course this is how they are. What? What are we talking about? This is like the most predictable thing ever. Of course they would ruin it. Like, what? The whole thing was basically done for like moral reasons and not logical ones. The whole just like shifting to ANC rule. That whole thing was based on like morals and not logic. And that's why it's ruined their country. Because it was basically, they did it for emotional reasons. Now all the white South Africans leave, right? Like, you have like, oh, it was bad because of apartheid, right? The whites were living well and the blacks weren't, and the blacks wanted that for them. Okay, fair. But what do we end up with? Well, now no one can have anything because now you got ANC leadership has ruined the country. Now the whites are doing poorly there, and the blacks are doing as bad as they've ever been. It has made no difference. Maybe the blacks are like slightly better off, but that's it. I don't even think that. How can they be better off when there's like mass shootings every other week? Seriously. It's fucking crazy, bro. Like, that's the case. Is you had inequality, yeah, like massive inequality. Now you've got like everyone's doing shit. There's still inequality, but it's also like shitter for everyone. There's the situation that you have now. It might be slightly better for the poor blacks, I'm not sure, but it seems like more or less everyone is worse off than before under ANC leadership. That seems to be the case in South Africa, is that it's largely worse for everyone. Most of what I know, like from personal experience about South Africa, is just people leaving. All the whites and the people who can are leaving because it's turned into a fucking shithole. Seriously. It's turned into like anarchy. The government doesn't control the country well. There's like violence everywhere. This is what This is what you see on the news. There's like shootings all the time. It's got a very high homicide rate, very high murder rate, right? It's a very unsafe country, and you think you can't have anything where there's no stability. You can't have anything where it's unsafe, can you? That's the thing. Like, if it's unsafe, you can't have economic development. This is like when we look at statecraft or like development of countries, states. Um, when I was looking at the Wikipedia page, I think it says like the first thing you have to have is safety, stability. Otherwise, you can't even build up the economy because things keep getting broken all the time. People keep dying, you know, stores can't operate because there's violence around everywhere. This sort of thing, right? That's the price of the fucking freedom is like decay and it's like a shitty place to live. Why would you want that? Why would you want that, bro? The fuck? Who honestly thinks that South Africa's a better place now than it was in the past? Seriously. Oh, it's better because they got rid of the apartheid. What the fuck? Bro, yeah, that's true. The apartheid was bad, but at the same time, it's a terrible place to live now, and it's like nobody wants to live there. I would say. From what I've seen, look, I don't know. Maybe people like it there. Maybe people like that there's like a risk of getting murdered every day. You know? Maybe that's better than having blacks only drinking fountains and stuff, you know? Jesus Christ. This is what happens when you let the emotions take over and you don't do it in a reasonable way. Whoever de Klerk's party was should have never given up leadership. They should have never done that. They should not have made it a democracy. They should not have given the right to vote to all people. They should not have done these things. They should have reduced the racial intolerance but kept leadership of the country. They could have done that. They didn't have to make it an open democracy. They could have just left the voting to whoever was already allowed to vote. It was probably whites only, right? They could have just kept that. And it would probably be a better state than it is now. That's the reality. You don't like it, but that's the reality. Seriously. That's how it is. Instead, they open the fucking floodgates and it's ruined the country. It has ruined the country now and no one wants to talk about it because they'll call you a racist for saying maybe the end result of apartheid wasn't that great. Maybe the end result of removing all of those restrictions wasn't so great. Maybe they should have only gotten rid of some of them and not the rest of it, you know? Used to be a stable developing country which had racial inequality. They could have just reduced the racial inequality and kept the stable development and taken a middle line, and instead they they got rid of everything. They reduced the racial inequality by making everyone worse. By getting rid of the stability and the economic development. That's what they did. They targeted racial inequality so harshly that they actually gave up on stability and economic development. And now it's a poor shithole that isn't going anywhere. It's going backwards. That's what they did to the country, right? That's what giving up to ANC leadership did. It's a fucking joke. That's what happens when you let these people making emotional appeals take over. That they make terrible leaders. This girl's trying to manipulate me into thinking that the girl I like isn't intentionally ignoring me. Like, it's obvious that that's the case. It's so obvious. She's like trying to gaslight me or something. Jesus Christ. This other girl who I like messaged about it. Trying to like get me to think like, oh no, there's other reasons. Shut the fuck up. I know what the reason is. I think I have a strong guess. It's one or other things. Either it's because of the first message I sent, or it's because she's awkward. It could be either of these things. Either way, she's intentionally choosing to ignore me. I've sent her multiple messages on multiple platforms multiple times, right? And she's just ignoring them. Like, she's choosing, and I know she's active on one of these platforms. I know she's active on it because she leaves comments on people's posts, right? She's just ignoring me. Like, that's the point, is that I'm getting ignored. That's the whole point. She's trying to be like, oh no, maybe it's not. It's not that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Why is she playing devil's advocate, bro? Devil's advocate doesn't even work here, like, for real. She's trying to say, like, oh, you don't know why. I think I have a pretty good understanding as to why. Like, I think my guess is quite reasonable. I know her kind of well. What do I know? Well, she's like a Christian fundamentalist. That kind of influences the way that people operate. I'm pretty sure she saw my first message and was like, fuck this shit, I don't like that. And then that's why she won't respond to me anymore. And this girl's trying to be like, oh, well, you don't actually know why. It's either that or she's awkward because she didn't say goodbye when she left and she just left me behind. And it's been so many years. I mean, that could also be part of it. But I feel like that's not the main reason. But we can't know because obviously I did send a kind of weird first message. Um, so I can't know if she would have responded to me had I not sent that. It's weird. Anyway, I feel like that's probably the main reason. Kept its strong government. Same government leadership. But reduced racial inequality. Is it two ends? Remember how everyone's like, oh, Nelson Mandela, he's so good. Well, look at his country now. Look at what leadership, look at what years of his leadership, his party's leadership have done to the country. They've ruined it. They have ruined South Africa. It is a terrible place now. They've turned it into a terrible shithole. This should be a lesson to everyone. Don't do that shit. These people will ruin the country when they don't have reasonable leadership. What was the basis of ANC leadership? Reducing racial inequality. Nothing else. They haven't done anything else. They've reduced racial inequality by making the situation worse for basically everyone. Right? Assumedly, they've done, like, subsidies for blacks, whilst also making the white South Africans' lives largely worse. That's how they improve racial inequality. And actually, overall, the situation is probably worse for everyone because of how much violence there is, right? It's fucking crazy, bro. It's now unstable and poor. Ruin the country just to, like, prove a point, you know? It's like ruining the country to prove a point. This is what slave morality gets you, bro. This is what slave morality gets you. The whole policy, it seems to be largely to, largely, yeah, to reduce racial inequality, but in reality, they have become unstable, they're regressing economically and becoming poor. Roll on some ethics and morality bullshit, slave morality. They've ruined the country by pursuing racial equality and benefits for themselves. Only. Racial equality and benefits for themselves only at the expense of stability and economic growth. Also having corrupt leadership and poor leaders, generally. Even the blacks in South Africa say the ANC is corrupt. Like, it's not even like a race thing. Even like black Africans in South Africa. I said Australia or something? Even black South Africans in South Africa say the ANC is corrupt because they are corrupt. How good can you government be if they're corrupt? Seriously. They're corrupt and they're not getting results. That's why people say it's like bad corruption. If they were getting results, people wouldn't care about corruption, but they're not. There was an article like years and years ago that they're gonna like run out of water or something. Someone said they're gonna be like the first developed country to run out of water. How great can that country be if you can get shot so easily? Seriously. South Africa homicide rate. 58 people murdered every day. Holy shit. 58 people. Jesus Christ. Yo. The average is 5.6 in the world, and theirs is 36.6. Holy shit. How many times is that? What the fuck? Oh, that's not how you do it. That's the other way around. I'm so bad at maths sometimes, bro. 6.5 times higher than average. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy, bro. Between January and March 2026, there were 5,181 murders. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? How is that possible? That's insane, bro. And they say, oh yeah, the freedom is so good. Yeah, the taste of freedom is like a bullet. Singapore is 0.2. It's 0.2 as opposed to 36.6. Jesus Christ. That's insane. So like, bare minimum is that you don't get killed. China's 0.5. That's insane, bro. Holy shit. And it's decreasing in China as well. I need to get something to eat. I like the hash browns at Denny's, they're nice. But they cost like $6 for one. How the fuck is a hash brown $6, bro? It's literally potato. Like, there's less potato in a hash brown than a box of fries, but a box of fries is like $3 more for like 3 times the amount of potato. The fuck? Is it because of the labor involved or something? The fuck? Is this guy got a swastika in his car? No, it says something. I thought that was a swastika. Yeah, not great coloring, bro. Fucking red on white on red, black on white on red is not great coloring. Looks like the fucking Nazi logo. What the fuck's this guy's problem, bro? That's bullshit. He should have died. He's in fucking God or something. Guy's in God mode. Fucking Russian loser. Probably lives in a fucking... His fucking toilet is outside of his house. He lives in Siberia or some shit. What happened to Russian intellectuals, bro? Why don't they exist anymore? They used to be such a force throughout, you know, 1800s to last century, early last century. Now it's like they don't exist anymore. The fuck happened? Literally, where are the Russian intellectuals these days? It's absurd. Do they not exist anymore? The fuck happened to them? Lenin, Nabokov, Dostoevsky. They just don't exist anymore or something? Fuck off, police. That's bullshit. There are like 1 million police cars. Was that another guy rammed into me? It's this fucking org member. It's this fucking gang member. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's his friend. They both just died. What happened to intellectuals in general, bro? There's only retards now. Seriously. Is he gonna come run me over? I can't even see. Why is this the design, bro? You can't even see people. How am I supposed to see where they are? The fucking names cover everything up. Jesus Christ. Those are... Oh my fucking god. He's literally modding, bro. He's literally modding. Is that Peng or something? What the fuck? He was on the ground and then it like bugs and then he killed me. It's fucking stupid. Why is he still here? He's off the radar. Fucking hell. What's she saying? I'm not blaming myself. Yeah, well, it doesn't really make a difference. You cause to... Yeah, I don't care. Why does that exist? Why is there a thing that says you're already too close to your car? I don't care. Why would I care? Just send it to me. Fucking hell. Why do I have to make it disappear? And then you have to get it sent again. I don't care if it's too close. It's fucking stupid. Yo, why is she sending me like 3 messages, bro? I hate that Discord notification sound. It's annoying. She like trying to say, oh, you don't know that she's denying it. You don't know that she's ignoring you. Yes, she is. She replied to someone else on the platform that I messaged her on an hour before I messaged her, bro. She's she's not. It's not something else. She's obviously ignoring me. This girl's trying to say like, oh, you don't know that she's ignoring you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do know that she's ignoring me. That's obviously what's happening. She's trying to pretend like she's not. Yes, she is. She's obviously ignoring me. This is what girls are like. They play these games, they do these things, and then they want to like deny that it even happened. They want to like manipulate you, fucking gaslight you, tell you, oh, it's not real. No, no, I wasn't doing that. I didn't even read your message. That's what they do. That's what these girls will do, is they'll be like, not read the message, but they know that you've sent one, so it's like, what do you call it? Something to plausible deniability, right? So you can say, oh, wait, but I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. Yes, you did. You knew the whole time, and you ignored it anyway. It's fucking stupid. This is literally worse. Why is she trying to, like, gaslight me into, like, thinking this isn't the case? This is obviously the case. How do you spell it? Plausible. That's not how you spell it. B-L-E. Is it with an I or an A? It's with an I. Why is she defending this girl? Is this just something that women do? Is they'll defend each other, won't they? Fucking stupid. Why are they doing this? Why is she defending her, bro? I'm not blaming myself either. I'm not blaming myself. I'm blaming her. I'm obviously blaming her. It's not my fault that she refuses to interact with me. That's her choice. She's trying to say, oh, like, it's nobody's fault. Yes, it is. She's actively and intentionally refusing to interact with me. I've contacted her multiple times on multiple platforms, and she refuses to interact with me. She refuses to even recognize that I've done that. Right? She's really, this girl defending her is really just driving the point home that this is what they're like. She's driving the point home. You taking it, she's defending it to like an absurd degree. I don't blame myself. Why would I blame myself? It's not my fault. Actually drives the point home even further. It's not a fair thing to do, is it? No. She says, you can't assume that because you haven't got a reply that you're being ignored. I am being ignored, though. That is what it is. Not receiving a reply is being ignored. It's the same thing. You're saying, like, oh, she's doing it passively. No, she's not. It's fucking bullshit. This is fucking bullshit, bro. That is being ignored regardless. It is absurd. It is absurd. She's trying to say, like, oh, she's not ignoring you. What do you call when someone responds to you and you refuse to respond to them? That's called ignoring someone. She's obviously... You're driving the point home. She's, like, trying to play both sides. Defend this goal. No, you're actually making it worse. This is actually just reinforcing the idea. Who's trying to blow me up, bro? Fuck off. It's one of these losers. One of these Russian losers, bro. Who the fuck is this? Tronix GTA. You can't even shoot. Can't even aim. Oh, I'm so bad with this. I still got him. That's crazy. She's trying to say, like, oh, well, when someone doesn't respond to you intentionally over and over again, that's not ignoring. Yes, it is. What the fuck? This is gaslighting, bro. That's what ignoring is. It's not a fucking coincidence. She's trying to be like, oh, it's coincidental. No, it's not. It's not just some coincidence that when you try to interact with someone multiple times in multiple ways / forums and they refuse to even recognize that you are doing that, let alone respond to it. This is called ignoring someone. Everyone knows that. That's the reality. Fucking hell. Why is she denying it? It pisses me off. Tronics, you fucking ass. Go away. Don't I know Dos Neckos? Isn't he from Oceania? Wait, is he still here? I'm sure I know Deus Neckos. I'm sure I've seen his name before. Where is he? Yeah, he's IGN. Nah, it's USA, not Australia. Baby, I'm praying. Like, I don't blame. She's like, oh, you blame me. You shouldn't blame me. I don't blame myself. I don't blame myself at all. It's her fault. It's totally her fault. Ball's in her court. That's been in her court for 2 years. She refuses to interact with me. She refuses not just to interact with me, but to even recognize that I'm trying to interact with her. She ignores me. It's called cold shoulder. This is when you know someone's trying to interact with you and you just refuse to respond back to them. It's fucking childish behavior. This is what these people are like. When you piss them off, this is what they do, right? Now this girl's like trying to gaslight me, defending her. It's absurd. I know what she's like. She's not fucking stupid, bro. Like, she's a smart person. She's not fucking stupid. It's quite obvious that this is largely the reason why. Maybe she's like got no confidence or something, but I doubt that. Either she feels awkward about it, which could motivate not interacting and stuff, or it's like she's like actively doesn't like me. One of the two. It's one of the two. And then there's like hatred. I get the impression that she doesn't like me. That's the impression I got. Why else would you do that? Either you too scared or you too awkward or you don't like the person. Or a combination of the two. I can't see what other reason would someone have for ignoring a person. Maybe if they weren't allowed to, but I doubt that. It's not like someone else has a phone or something. I don't think that's the case. Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. Hunt you down, eat you alive. No, she's trying to be like turn it into something else, bro. All I want is like a reply or like an acknowledgement that I've tried to interact with her. Do you know how much work that was for me? To like even initially just to send her messages? And she won't even recognize that I've done that. She won't even be like, you know, it's fucking stupid. Why is she like this, bro? I'm just trying to be friends, minimum. It doesn't have to be more than that. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. We can just be friends. Seriously. I liked her as like a person and stuff. She won't even interact with me, bro. She won't even, like, recognize that I'm trying to interact with her. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, she probably hates me or something. Probably. That's the impression I get, is she hates me or something. Doesn't like me. I want to know why. Just say why. She won't say anything, so I have to make up my own reasons. That's what they want you to do. They want you to go like, oh, I have to look over every interaction I've had with her since she left, which is just that message. Bad first impression or something. I think she's punishing me. I think that's the point. I think she's like that. Petty and vengeful. Skull is trying to like defend her and be like, oh, you don't know that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Look, I don't know for certain, but that's my best guess, is that that's what she's being like. Maybe she's just awkward. But I kind of doubt that, because she seems very willing to, like, comment on other people's profiles and stuff. And quite unwilling to interact with me. So, there's obviously a disconnect there. Yeah, unless she's, like, scared of me or something, which is a possibility, I guess. Who's trying to blow me up, bro? Where are these bombs coming from? This is Tronics. He's off the radar. Well, I kind of escaped. How the fuck did he hit me with that? I was literally over a fence, bro. Fuck this loser. Of course he would go off the radar, bro. Of course he would. Why does off the radar even exist? It's like fucking stupid. This shouldn't be a thing. Fucking hell. Where did he go? Oh my god, bro. Tronics, Tron idiot, Tron retard, retard. Crash into a tree, you stupid retard. Off the radar because he's fucking ass. Oh, look, I got kicked. This is absurd. Is this supposed to make me feel better? This like, oh, you don't know why. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that it's like... It could be that she's awkward and feels scared or something and has social anxiety. It could also not be that, and the other explanation I have is that she's doing it to, like, punish me. Right? The fuck? This is what women are like, bro. They'll do this all the time. Is she denying it because, like, she doesn't want me to know? I know they do this stuff, bro. I didn't get kicked. It was just a bunch of people. I'm pretty sure she's like punishing me or something, bro. Or she's scared, or it's both. That's the of course, this is the impression you give to someone, is if you're intentionally ignoring them, it gives the impression that they don't like you for some reason. That's obviously the case. It gives you, like, either you are insecure or they don't like you. Like, either they are insecure or they don't like you. Either you're insecure or you don't like me. Which one is it, or is it both? I should order some food. She could give me, like, basic respect, decency, and courtesy, and be like, hey, you know, I just don't like you. You know, I'm just not interested. And, like, tell me why. I could say, like, can you tell me why? She could tell me why. Okay, well, I guess I can work on that. I'd, and I would be sad, but, like, at least she's not leading me on. I gotta use the bathroom. I think I'll just get Denny's. Nobody sells stew on Uber Eats. It sucks. Like, I wish I could get stew. And the sausages at Denny's are so gross, bro. Like, fucking hell. Gotta use the bathroom. What happened to me? Wait, she says not replying. Bro, she didn't even read the messages. That's like further than not replying. Not replying is a lack of basic. She says it's not a lack of basic decency of courtesy. Yes, it is. That is how relationships with people work. That is how it works. It's fucking yeah, but if you don't respond, you are ignoring them. That's what it is. And ignoring people is disrespectful. Fucking hell. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, if she's moved on, she could just tell me that, which she hasn't done. Has she? She hasn't done that. You could just be the basic level of respectful and say, hey, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Right? You could just say that. Which she won't do, because she won't even give me the basic fucking decency and courtesy. It's fucking bullshit. not responding to someone is a disrespectful thing to do. It doesn't really matter why. Unless it was accidental, which it's not. Yeah, unless it was accidental, which is like well established is not accidental at this point. I've tried to connect with her on multiple platforms and she intentionally and actively ignores me, so it's not an accident. She says you deserve like better or so. Yeah, like I have the option. I don't have any options these days. Do you know that? I have no options. I don't have any girls interested in me. Any that would be are like super unattractive, okay? I used to have opportunities, and now I have none. This is the last girl I had a proper opportunity with, who I actually liked. And she won't even talk to me anymore. She won't even talk to me, she won't even acknowledge that I'm trying to connect with her. She won't even say, like, oh, I just don't like you anymore, here's why. She won't do any of that. She won't just give me basic human decency, courtesy, and respect. You're not even treating me like a fucking human being. You're acting like I'm dead, right? This is what I said in a LinkedIn message. I'd rather you could say anything as long as you don't treat me like I'm fucking dead. I don't care what she says. She could say anything to me. It is objectively disrespectful. This is like me reaching out to her. She could just say why. It didn't end naturally. Yeah, she has disrespected. This is fucking bullshit. She's trying to say, oh, she didn't disrespect you. Life happened. Come on. It's disrespectful no matter which way you look at it. Ignoring someone you used to know is disrespectful. It doesn't matter what the reason is. She's trying to say it's not. Like, of course it is. It's fucking stupid. It obviously is going to come off as disrespect. That's pathetic. I don't know why I'm having this conversation, bro. She's trying to say, like, it's not disrespect. Like, yes, it is. It's obviously disrespect. It's, like, blatantly obvious that it's disrespect. You don't even have the basic level of, like, decency. It's either she's being disrespectful or she has anxiety or something. Or it's a combination of the two, right? Seems like she's putting her responses into ChatGPT or something, bro. ChatGPT has both sides right. It can't take a side. Because it doesn't have any personality. She says like, oh, she's not obligated to interact with you. Well, yeah, well, it actually makes it worse when she chooses not to, then, doesn't it? Because I mean, she's doing so, like, totally of free will. She's being disrespectful to me. It would actually be better if she was obligated, like, she wasn't allowed to interact with me, and I could be like, oh, well, oh, so it's not your fault. Any other way, it actually is her choice. Like, seriously. It's not normal not to reply, bro. That's not normal. What do you mean? How is her choosing not? She says her choosing not to reply doesn't mean she doesn't want to and is actively choosing not to. Yes, it does. What the fuck? She's acting like, oh, she didn't do anything though. Choosing not to act is still doing something. Why do people think like this? You still make a choice not to respond. You can say, oh, she didn't do anything. That's the point. That's the culpable deniability. So they can say, oh, but I didn't do anything. Yeah, you chose not to do anything. That's the point. Choosing not to act is the same thing. Yes, I do. This is, you don't know that. Yes, I do. That's a choice. She's trying to make it seem like it's an accident. It's not an accident. What do you say? Plausible, not culpable. What the fuck am I talking about? What's culpable? Makes intentional actions seem like accidents. Not culpable. Not culpable. What the fuck was I talking about? Stupid idiot. Don't give me French, bro. She literally did law, bro. Come on, get real. This is what she's like. This is what they're like. When they've got no, like, easy way, they just don't interact with you. So they can deny stuff because there's no, you can't prove that they didn't, you can't prove that they knew that you'd interacted with them, right? So they deny it. They can say, oh, I just didn't know that your messages were there. It's not a fucking accident, bro. It is disrespect. That's what this is, disrespectful. What the fuck? This is always, it's always disrespect when you choose not to interact with someone. That's always disrespect. What the fuck? That's still disrespectful regardless. It doesn't matter what the reason, the only exception is if it's by accident or something. No, she's like debating what is disrespectful and what's not. Ignoring people is a disrespectful thing to do. What are we talking about? We're like debating the definition of words and like social concepts. She's like trying to deny that actively ignoring people is a disrespectful. Oh, that's not disrespectful. Yes, it is. Especially given the background. This is someone I used to know, bro. I thought we were kind of close. If it appears to be disrespect from all evidence so far, why would you not believe it to be as such? Because it is, because that's probably what it is. This is fucking bullshit, bro. Yeah, well, you can't know her intentions, can you? Because she won't fucking talk to me. Can you? You can't know them because she won't even fucking talk to me. Of course you're gonna see, any reasonable person would take this as disrespect, because that's what it is. It's obviously disrespect. It's close enough. Could be both, or both. There's no evidence to point it toward that there's any other explanation other than she's choosing to be like this. Like, it's a choice that she's making. Either she's doing it for negative reasons, or it's like fear and anxiety. So either she's like weak, I don't know why, or she's like actively being toxic. I think it's the toxic option. I don't think she's that weak. I don't think she's that scared and fearful and anxious. I don't know. It is something to be solved. She's saying you're looking at it like there's something to be solved. It's fucking stupid, bro. Every new bit of evidence reinforces the fact that she is deliberately doing it to me. The fact that she doesn't do something when I try to interact with her just reinforces the point that she's actively avoiding me. right? She's trying to like both sides of it. It's fucking stupid. You're ramming the point home. She says, I don't understand her. No, I just think she's wrong. I do understand. I just think you're wrong. I'm not going to accept it. It's not. She thinks I'm immature. I'm not immature, bro. I've had multiple relationships. I've had many, many, many. At least informally, and of course none of them have worked out, because otherwise I'd still have one. Dude, she wants me to like pretend that I'm not actively being ignored. Of course I'm being actively ignored. She wants me to pretend it's not happening. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. This is gaslighting, bro. She's fucking gaslighting, which is something that girls do to people. Shit is fucking gaslighting. She's trying to like be like, oh, well, she didn't actively, she didn't like directly tell you to fuck off or tell you that she hates you and say, hey, I'm gonna ignore you now, right? So, oh, you can't know. Well, you don't know. Shut the fuck up. As if it's not extremely fucking obvious. Holy shit. It's extremely obvious when someone repeatedly ignores you, bro. It's not a fucking accident. Multiple platforms, multiple modes of communicating, she ignores all of them. She doesn't even open the messages. She doesn't accept the messages. She doesn't accept the invite. She doesn't read the messages. It's fucking bullshit. Of course that's disrespectful. Of course that's an intentional thing. She's trying to say like it's an accident. It's not a fucking accident. You're saying because there's a possibility that it might be, that it should be then. That's fucking bullshit. When probability would have it that that is extremely unlikely. That is highly unlikely. You can say with, like, to a significant degree that it is highly unlikely that she's just intentionally ignoring me. You can say that with, I would say, a great degree of accuracy, you could say that. And she's saying, oh no, well, but because there's a chance that she might not be intentionally ignoring me, then she shouldn't be. It's just fucking bullshit. She's trying to play every side except recognizing my argument. It is disrespectful and it is intentional, to my understanding. Whether that is because of fear and anxiety or because she actually doesn't like me, I'm not sure, but I don't think she's that fearful and scared. She seems to be fine with posting stuff online and all this. I think it seems to be largely because she wants to be toxic to me or something. She wants to like punish me for some wrongdoing. Or maybe she's just anxious and feels awkward or something. Either way, it's disrespectful not to respond. It's disrespectful not just to not respond, but to actively ignore the person. Right? There's a difference between reading someone's message and not responding, and then actually refusing to open the message in the first place. Right? This is what they do. I know what they're like. Come on. Why is this girl denying it? Trying to say like, oh, the absence of, you know, because you can't prove it directly that she's ignoring it, even though it's really fucking obvious that that's what's happening, right? Because you can't directly prove that she's seeing the messages and stuff, and then is choosing not to interact with them. So she can say like, oh, well, I didn't know that they were there. I didn't know. This fucking plausible deniability bullshit. This is what these people do. This is what, it's especially girls, especially certain girls will be like this. So they can claim like it's not their fault, even when it obviously is. You give them a choice, and they pretend like they never had a choice. It's fucking bullshit. That's absurd. Of course you had a choice. You just want to lie that you weren't given the option or you didn't see it or something. Like when you got these girl streamers and you write a message and you can see them staring at the fucking screen and your message is the only message on the screen, there's nobody else talking, right? And they refuse to interact with it. Why? And then they just pretend like they haven't seen it. That's what these people do. That's what they do. They just pretend, and then they ignore it, and then they move on. And they act like, and if you bring it up, they'll be like, oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't know it was there. Fuck off. It's fucking bullshit. What a lie. Why do they lie? Why do women lie all the time, bro? Constantly lying, trying to manipulate people. All this fucking bullshit. Jesus Christ. It's fucking disgusting. They fucking lie all the time. I know she's reading that shit. I know she's reading that shit. How are you not supposed to take it as disrespect? It's obviously disrespect. I get disrespect from, like, all women, bro. All women except the ones who just see me as, like, this emasculated thing. Right? Only the ones who see you as, like, zero sex potential. Right? They're the only ones that will even interact with you. Or this, like, gross girl that I don't like, who's just leading me on regardless. Leading me on. She talks about sexy stuff and then she won't even send any pictures or anything. Which is like the bare minimum. Fucking hell. Wasted my fucking time. Blocked. I blocked her. Fuck that shit. Don't waste my time. Useless. It's disgusting. I said, oh, you know, these Russian girls on these sites will be like, tease and tease and tease and never show anything. Maybe you're like that. And she said, hi, yeah, I am. Okay, fuck off then. Fuck that shit. It's disgusting. People who tease and then never actually do anything with you are like some of the worst people around. Don't fucking tease people with shit. Seriously. It's disgusting. Disgusting behavior. Leading people on is one of the worst things you can do to people. Which is what she's obviously doing. She's just leading me on. She just talks about shit and doesn't actually do anything. She won't actually commit. Fuck off. Fuck off, Dan. You're not even committed. Fuck off, Dan. Stupid bitch. Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. I wonder how hard law is. That's what I would take if I went to university. It's a good politics degree. A lot of politicians took law. I gotta use the bathroom. She's like, oh, don't make it bigger than what it is. Fuck off. That's bullshit. I thought we were gonna be together. It's fucking bullshit, bro. You're supposed to not feel pissed off when someone you used to have something of a relationship with refuses to acknowledge that you exist. Like, because that's what she's doing, is refusing to acknowledge that I exist. Fucking bullshit. It's trying to both sides it to the point of absurdity. You're just driving the point home. She is deliberately ignoring me. It's a strong assumption. It's not just an assumption. All the evidence points towards this. There's no evidence to suggest anything else. This is what it is. It is highly likely. It's not just an assumption. It's the only thing that most of the evidence points towards. It is disrespect and it is being done on purpose. They're trying to say it's not. It is. I won't fucking forget this shit, bro. She left without giving any explanation and then never tried to reconnect with me for 5 years while I was sick. What the fuck is that? I thought we were gonna have a relationship. It wasn't allowed, but I thought we were going to. And then she left, and then I got sick. And she never tried to reconnect with me at all. How am I supposed to feel about that? She just left me. I got abandoned. She basically just left me. It's fucking bullshit, bro. Well, I can't know her intentions, can I? Because she doesn't fucking talk to me. How am I supposed to know what her intentions are if she doesn't even message me in the first place? It's fucking bullshit. I think all the evidence points to that she is deliberately ignoring me. All the evidence points to that. All the evidence points to that she is for some reason deliberately ignoring me, which is obviously a disrespectful act. And especially... This is absurd. This is like absurd. She's saying like you can't know. It's fucking bullshit. This is obvious. The more times I try to interact and she refuses to respond, it just drives the point home that she's like not interested or something. Which you're obviously going to feel bad about, okay? And you want to understand why. That's how it is. I don't know why she denies that stuff. This is like basic human experience. Like and dislike. Fucking hell. I wish she would just tell me why she doesn't like me. But she won't even give me the basic human courtesy of interacting with me in the first place. It's fucking bullshit. I literally said in my message to her on this other platform, which she can read without me saying that she's read it. You can say something hateful. You can just say anything. That's what I said to her. You can just say anything. She won't say anything to me. I wish you would just say anything to me, bro. This is fucking bullshit. Bro, she acts like inaction isn't action. Inaction is still action. She did choose to ignore me. That's not the point. It is disrespectful. Refusing to interact is disrespectful. Just denying the facts, it's absurd. Choosing not to interact with someone is a choice to not interact with them. It's the same thing. It's not about having a relationship at this point. Right? It would be nice, but that's also not the point. It's about basic human decency, courtesy, and respect. Why don't you tell me why you don't like me? That's like basic courtesy and decency and respect. Extremely high probability, and she's saying like, because there's a chance that that's not the case, it must not be. You can't consider it as such. It is an intentional action. I know it is. That's what she's like, bro. It is a personal act. What the fuck? That's how it goes. I send her a message, she gets a notification, she sees it's from me, she ignores it. Why? Why? Because it's from me, right? It's not the content of the messages. It hasn't been. Maybe initially, but I changed them. That's how it goes, bro. That's how it goes. You're trying to say, like, oh, she doesn't see them. Well, you got no evidence that that's the case. I think it's highly likely that she sees the notifications. The fuck? This argument's absurd, bro. She's using such bad points, trying to put, like, both sides out. It's, like, absurd. Like, probability has my argument. I think I understand the situation reasonably well. You're trying to, like, deny it and be like, oh, well, you can't know. This is, like, appeal to, like, ignorance. It's appeal to, like, you can't know, though. It's fucking stupid. That's the whole point. That's why people like this act like this. They act passively so they have deniability, where they can say, you know, what is it called? Plausible deniability. So you can say, oh, but maybe it wasn't like that. Shut the fuck up. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Of course they're acting like this. And now this girl's fucking defending her. It's absurd. This is fucking bullshit, bro. It's certain enough. It's getting absurd. Like, the amount of defending is, like, absurd. It's to the point of absurdity. When you are so certain that it is this thing, and then they say, oh, but there's, like, a really minute chance it might be something else. Yeah, well, why would you go with the chance that has, like, 0%, 0.01% chance that maybe she didn't see all these notifications? That's fucking bullshit. We're talking about probability here. Probability is, highest probability, she sees my messages, sees they're from me, and then refuses to respond. That's the highest probability. Highest probability. I'm talking about the highest probability. It doesn't, most likely is not the same as certain. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's not the same. It's still the highest probability. fucking bullshit. It's not just a guess, it's with much evidence. Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible. Yeah, you're just saying you disagree with it. Just say you disagree. It's fucking stupid. How they are and were. How they are is she's ignoring me, you dumbass fucking idiot. That's how it is. This is bad faith, bro. How it is that she's extremely highly likely to be intentionally ignoring me. It's fucking bullshit. With all the evidence I have so far, that's what it points towards. She uses the example of like, oh, when friends drift apart after high school. Yeah, that's because they probably don't like each other anymore. Because they're not in each other's lives. Though, if you try to reconnect and they refuse to reconnect with you, it's probably because they don't like you anymore, right? That's probably the reason. We're talking about probability here. I'm not talking about absolute certainty. I never said I had absolute certainty. I just said it's very highly likely that that's the case. Fucking arguing with ChatGPT that bad faith's everything, bro. Fucking bad faith is like, oh well, you don't know 100% that that's the case. Actually, it's maybe 95. Okay. I think I'm gonna go with 95% as opposed to, you know, weighing the 95 and the 5% equally. Seems a bit stupid to me, you know? If you were gambling and something had a 95% chance of winning, and something else had a 5%, are you going 50-50 on the 95 and the 5, or are you going to go 95 and 5, right? Why would you weigh a 95% chance and a 50% chance equally? Why would you give equal weight to something that is a 95% chance and something that is a 5% chance, bro? If something has That is how it works, bro. You send someone a message, they should be respectful and send one back. It is disrespectful, bro. Yeah, those things, it's highly likely. This is fucking bullshit. This is like an insane argument. They're saying like, oh, you can't know stuff that is like highly likely. It's fucking bullshit, bro. Yeah, you can guess. She's saying, oh, you can't guess. Yes, you can. You can actually take an educated guess. What the fuck? There's such thing as an educated guess, you know? She doesn't know the difference between a guess that is based on evidence and one that's just random choice. Apparently, she doesn't know what the difference is. It's absurd. It's fucking stupid. You saying like, oh, you can't know anything. You can't know anything unless you have absolute certainty. It's fucking stupid. This is fucking bullshit. This is a fallacy, right? The fallacy where you say you can't know anything unless you're absolutely certain of it. I do know the variables. Fucking hell, I do know that. I know what she was like. It's fucking bullshit. You saying you can't know something unless you're absolutely certain of it. It is disrespectful to not reply. Like, why are we still having this question? Why are we still discussing this topic? It is disrespect. I know it's disrespect, bro. That's what these people are like. This is absurd. It's not unknown. It's not unknown. There is likeliness and there's unlikely. This is true. Is there not unlikely and unlikely? This is fucking stupid. Is there not unlikely? Does probability not exist? It's certain enough. It's certain enough. This is like in science. They don't know things absolute certainty, but they still run with them. How to use the bathroom? They say nothing can be known unless it's certain. What is that called? Certainty fallacy? False dichotomy between a high level of proof and knowing nothing at all. It's fucking stupid. She's saying it's not true because I can't prove that it is. To a certain degree. Even though it's like, there's a lot of evidence to prove that it is. Right? No, she's saying it's... I can't prove in one direction, so it must be the other direction or something. Maybe it's kind of like appeal to ignorance. Oh, okay, it's given me a totally different list of... The fuck? Why is it a totally different list of fucking tabs? That's fucking bullshit. Go away. The stupid bottled app notifies me like 10 times a day about new bottles. I don't care. Fuck off notifications. Because something hasn't been conclusively proven, we should suspend belief or assume the opposite. So you can't prove that she was ignoring you, so you should assume that she wasn't, right? False equivalence. Two positions equal credibility despite one having far stronger evidence. They're not equal. False equivalence, two things are equal when they're really not. And appeal to ignorance, which is like, oh, it's actually you can't know. It's the opposite. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It's telling me to ignore probability. It's absurd. It's more or less proof. It is the most likely explanation. I'm still here. Wait, this ChatGPT says there's like this thing called Nirvana fallacy, perfect solution fallacy. It says I rephrased it as like if something is true, is untrue, or if something is true 95% of the time, should we ignore it because it's untrue 5% of the time, or do we think maybe we should consider that it will happen even though 5% of the time it might not, right? Fucking stupid. What? It's ignoring probability, bro. This is fucking stupid. Yeah, obviously it's not the same as knowing it in absolute fact, but when we're deciding how to act, we usually go with what's most likely. It's because ChatGPT is not a real person that doesn't deal with real life. It deals with fucking maths and shit, where everything is either true or false. There's no in-between. And it's making the argument that because I don't know something 100%, I can't possibly decide how to act on it, which is just absurd. She's saying I'm like intellectualizing too much. She says you're in your mind too much. That's fucking bullshit. I totally understand her perspective. I just think it's wrong. It's false. It's just not true. Of course we're going to act on what has the most probability. No, they are being disrespectful to me, bro. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. That's the most likely interpretation. There's no evidence to the contrary. It's effectively true for me because there's no other evidence. There's no other evidence to point to anything else. Of course it's going to be effectively true. It is effectively true because there is no other evidence. There's no evidence to support any other claims. This is what she's done. All the evidence points toward intentionally ignoring me. All the evidence points towards that. What are we talking about? Fucking hell. All the evidence points toward her intentionally ignoring me, which is disrespectful. I'm going to anyway. I'm going to treat it as a fact regardless, because that's what most of the evidence points towards. Fucking ChatGPT, both sides, literally everything. Fucking gaslighting is absurd. ChatGPT loves gaslighting people and using fallacies and stuff when you arguing something that it doesn't like. They're trying to say like it's just a coincidence. It's fucking crazy. Holy shit, bro. It's not a fucking coincidence. What is a coincidence repeated over and over again? It's a rule. It's not a coincidence. It's a law. It's not a fucking coincidence. This is a misunderstanding. You can't prove it because it's not a 100% chance. That's absurd. Yeah, well, I can't know what her reasons are because she refuses to interact. I never said it was 100% certain, which is, I guess, the fucking issue that this. I think she's using ChatGPT is trying to argue is that, like, oh, well, you're not absolutely certain. Yeah, I know. How can I be absolutely certain when she won't even talk to me? I have to guess. And of course, the guessing is going to affect my impression of her and my. It will direct my actions to a degree. Why would that not happen? This is how you operate, bro. In the world, you have to make guesses sometimes when you have incomplete information. Why shouldn't I think this way? Says the ChatGPT says, "Are you emotionally attached to it?" It's beside the point. It's beside the point. When this is all the information you are dealing with, you're not trying to figure it out. You're just stuck in. I haven't made it up. It's strong enough proof. It is effectively settled because there's no contrary evidence. Bullshit. Bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. It's just defending it to no end, saying, oh, you can't know. Oh, yeah, I know what these people are like, bro. I know what these Christians are like. I know what these feminists are like. I know what these women are like. It's possibly an Asian woman thing as well. This is what they're like, bro. Seriously. You're trying to, like, deny it. It's absurd. It's fucking bullshit. It's settled enough. Otherwise I do nothing. Otherwise I do nothing. Oh, do nothing. The alternative is doing nothing. The alternative is nothing. Because there's no other... nothing else points me in any direction. She's not gonna give me an explanation, I'll make one up. That's how it is. That's how people operate, bro. bullshit. She's trying to say I'm delusional. Trying to say I'm delusional. It's fucking bullshit, bro. Jesus Christ. This is what people do when they can't win arguments. Is like, oh, no, you're just delusional. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. It's not just thoughts. These people are absurd. They're like, oh, you can't ever know anything. Fucking hell. So it's just appeal to ignorance. It's just appeal to ignorance again. Oh, you can't know because, you know, what do they say? Wait, let me pull it up again. It's kind of complicated. If something hasn't been conclusively proven, you should suspend belief or assume the opposite. So you say, oh, well, you can't absolutely prove that it's like that, so maybe it's the opposite. No, it's not. Most of the evidence points to this. This is how people are. You're trying to say, oh, well, you can't absolutely prove that, so maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just, you can't say. Oh, well, you can't absolutely prove it, so you can't say. That's fucking bullshit. Saying because I can't absolutely prove these things, it must be untrue. This is fucking bullshit, bro. It's true enough. Disrespectful thing to do regardless of intention. And she keeps doing it. Like, there's not even like, oh, in the future she's gonna say, oh, sorry, this is the reason why. Well, that's not gonna happen, is it? It's been 2 years. It's fucking obvious. What am I having this argument for? It's true enough. We can't say anything unless we're 100% certain. What a joke. What is this, maths? Fuck off. Not everything is STEM. Jesus Christ. This fucking ChatGPT can't tell the difference. This is how it argues. It says, oh, well, because you can't know for absolute certain, so you can't say anything. Dude, I doubt it. I doubt it. No, she knows what she's doing, bro. Fucking bullshit. You think I don't know? It's not a story. It's not a fucking story. So he's fucking gaslighting me, bro. Fucking bullshit. ChatGPT will never agree. No, this she's saying like, oh, it's something else. No, this is literally what people like her are like. It is people like her, bro. It is a general rule. That's no. I'm talking about like what I know about her photo. It's not just like, oh, I reached out, didn't get a response. You acts like I don't know who this person is. No, it's not. She's disrespecting me and she knows it, and that's the point. That's the point. That's the point. She doesn't know it, bro. She doesn't know anyone like those. Yeah, I should call her out for it. saying you can't know shit is absurd. Yes, I can. Jesus Christ, trying to gaslight me. Yeah, there's a high enough probability. They haven't changed. It's close enough. What is she talking about, bro? It's crazy. She doesn't get it. She doesn't understand. Because she doesn't know who I'm talking about. She doesn't understand. I just said it's a reflection of their beliefs and their culture and stuff. She's like, how does that work? Because people, how they choose to act is largely a reflection of people's beliefs and culture. That's true, right? Fuck, and now she's saying like, oh, you need to talk to someone about this, because this is like dark and stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? This is, people are retarded or something. Holy shit. Of course she's not getting through. She doesn't understand the situation at all whatsoever. Jesus Christ. These people are fucking stupid. It's insane. How could she be getting through when she has no understanding of the situation? It's not just as simple as I sent a message and she didn't reply. It's not as simple as that. There's more depth to it than that. This is how these people are. They've got like layers to why they do things. It's about being passive aggressive and sending a message that I don't like you anymore. That's why you wouldn't reply to someone. That's why a person like her wouldn't reply. Either that or anxiety. Or both. This person like a fucking soldier for white culture or something. Seriously, shut the fuck up. They don't understand that other cultures do things differently. Bro, why did my food arrive so quickly yesterday and it's so slow today? Fuck off. Everything is mental illness to fucking stupid people who can't think very well. Everything is threatening and mental illness to the, like, why are you talking about fucking health? Oh, that's not healthy. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no such thing as mental health. It doesn't actually exist. This is something that people have made up. It's not real. Mental health doesn't actually exist. It's actually not real. Do people not understand this? It's a social concept. It's not actually a real scientific term. There's no such thing as mental health in real science. It's a social thing. It's like a social term where they control people's behavior socially. It's fucking stupid. Fucking stupid, bro. Yeah, when I get into government, we're getting rid of all that shit. We're not doing that shit anymore. We're doing something new. We're doing Nietzsche, Machiavelli, Marx, Lenin. That's all people need, bro. And that'll be the basis, right? Not this bullshit regressive ass mental health, psychiatry, and sanity. The fuck? I thought there was nobody else here. There's one retard, and he's trying to blow me up. Of course he is. There's one retard in the server, and he's trying to fucking bomb me. Jesus Christ. I've been driving solo for like an hour, and now there's one retard in my server, and he's just trying to fucking bomb me. In a plane, and I'm in a car, right? Fuck off, you stupid retard. Jesus Christ, dumbass fucking retard, fuck off. I'm not fucking going off the rails. I do understand her identity and therefore I understand her intent. It's not crazy person talk. It's fucking stupid. These people live in a different world, bro, for real. Totally different world. Living in Philistine land. Living in white Philistine land. It's a different world, bro. We live in parallel realities. White Philistine land is not similar to where I am. The Philistines are very threatened by intellectuals as well, by the way. They consider anything else as mental illness, and that's what she's saying, is like, oh, you're mentally ill. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not mentally ill at all. It's just, your mind is so narrow, you can't conceive of anything else being anything otherwise. You literally can't, he's gonna run me over. Fuck this retard, bro. You literally can't conceive of a person coming to other conclusions. And so they consider them mentally ill. Their minds are so narrow that they literally cannot conceive of people coming to other conclusions about things than the ones they have come to themselves, than the conclusions that they have come to themselves / collectively. And so they consider them, others, mentally ill. They're living in white Philistine land, bro. It's not the same world. And we're not the same people. But I'm a part of it. What the fuck is... How many times has this degenerate killed me, bro? How many times has this degenerate killed me? We're the only people in the server. Why are you griefing me? I wasn't even in game. Holy shit, how do you even look? How do you even check? This guy is fucking brain dead, bro. Holy shit. Let me check. He's still killing me, bro. This guy's brain dead. Sad, sad life, bro. There's no stats tab, bro. What the fuck is it talking about? Okay, well, you can't check it. This guy, what a sad god. At least he's honest. Okay. It keeps saying like, oh, we don't know for certain, so shut the fuck up. This is a fucking fallacy. ChatGPT said Nirvana fallacy where, oh, you don't know it 100% so you can't say. Yes, you can. Holy shit. I never said it was 100% accurate. No, she wouldn't. This is bullshit. That's not true at all. She would not be confused. That's fucking bullshit. That's total bullshit. Yeah, I think the chances of that. I didn't say it was confirmed truth. This is absurd. Jesus Christ. I don't think it's wrong. I think it's quite reasonable. I should take a put it into my AI thing. Yeah, well, that's the guys. Because she's appealing to, like, perfection, which is never, obviously not gonna happen. Just because it's not perfect, you can't think that way. It's fucking stupid. You don't know what the reality is. Unless there's another more likely interpretation of this situation that doesn't seem to exist, then that's the one I'm going to go with. Because another interpretation does not seem to actually exist. There is not one with more evidence than the one that I already have. It's not impossible. What the fuck? Oh, she says it's not. It isn't. It's impossible. I'm gonna have a shower.